Okay. I know it's been a while since I streamed. Life has been crazy. Now, I do want to point out and say it's been a crazy time. Um, I have not necessarily done nearly as much or streamed as regularly as I wanted to when I first created this character. However, that being said, she is officially more than 1 year old. Now, we have in that time earned several achievements with her. We have completed all of her personal story and most of Living World Season 1. My goal today is honestly to finish Living World Season 1 and move on to Living World Season 2. There are several achievements that I need to earn to finish off some of these later story episodes. Cracking the Ice. Or no, Rising. Which one is it? Cracking the Ice. That's what it is. I knew it was one of these. Or no, it is. It's One Path Ends. That's what it is. This one I need to finish. I need to finish several of these so I can finish the One Path Ends mastery to get this reward, which I need for this collection here. To finish this collection, I need to earn that armor box, which will give me this item, which is leading towards a legendary trinket. Which is something I have been working on doing recently. As you can see, I've already finished 2 of the areas. I do have 4 more to finish. A couple of them are time-gated things that I am working on with my main character. And a few of them are things that are story-related achievements and things that, well, I could simply redo the story on my main character. I feel earning them naturally while doing the story the first time on my stream character will be more appreciated and will make it feel more like an accomplishment rather than just a task that I am doing. This is also my homestead. I have already collected all of my stuff from here today, so we won't be collecting anything. I am going to actually be switching out my gathering tools here. simply because I have pre-purchased the newest expansion, Visions of Eternity. And with that came a couple of things. First, it came with a new set of gathering tools, which I forget where I put in my bank. There they are. Which are the fairy dust tools. And I feel like her having a collective set of tools is nicer than this hodgepodge grouping that I'd given her. I have also recently, because of the current event, Fractal Incursion, received more 20-slot bags, which has allowed me to get another 20-slot bag for her, since it freed one up. So, actually, let me get rid of that 15 slot and put the 18 in there. So, in light of having so many endless ones, I don't need those anymore. These will go on a different character later. Except that one, actually, now that I think about it. I need to keep that one. The other thing I have gotten from the Fractal Incursion event currently that I cannot use on my main because he already has all of the slots open is this. This is a bag slot expansion. My main already has all 10 additional slots unlocked. So he cannot have any more bags. So I'm going to unlock another one on Tarle Streamer, which automatically comes with an 8-slot bag, but 8 slots are terrible, and we have a 15. So, and that brings us up to 108 inventory slots, which is really nice. And let's open the first birthday gift. The mini Queen Jenna is great, except you end up getting one on every character, so it's just useless. Same thing with the experience scroll. We're already level 80. It won't do anything for us. I've got 17 of them in the bank. The birthday booster is nice, although I never use them. They just kind of sit in my bank. As you can see, I have 179 of them. So, yeah. I don't really use boosters much. I also have Incursion armor tickets here that I've gotten from the Fractal Incursion, which I can use in Lion's Arch. The other thing I have gotten since the last time I streamed is some more stuff to kind of advance her a little. Obviously, most of her stuff at this point is ascended. I mean, she still needs an ascended necklace, an ascended back piece, and an ascended head piece. Now, I also, with the release of them, got the Portal Tome and the Wizard's Gobbler to condense all of my Gobblers and teleport items into single slot items. which means any of my characters, because I keep them in shared inventory slots, can now go to any of the places that any of my characters have bought scrolls for. So I can go to... I don't have any of the city ones, but I can go to Lion's Arch via the Fractal of the Mists, the Ruins of the Hall of Monuments, because I have a Guild Wars 1 account linked. I can also go to pretty much all of the maps in Living World Season 3, as well as several maps in Living World Season 4, as well as a couple from the Icebrood saga. I then also have several other locations. This is the Egg Chamber in Heart of Thorns. This is Path of Fire, End of Dragons, Janthier Isles, the Mist Vault, where you can get legendary stuff from the Wizard Vault. I can also immediately travel to festivals if there was a festival going on. There is not currently. The next festival that is going to be happening will most likely be Halloween. I don't believe there's anything else before that, now that the Four Winds Festival has ended. The nice thing about having this is it means I always have access to a merchant, because I can simply go to my Ecto Gambler and it acts as a merchant. So I always have access to a merchant now. Now, I'm going to jump over to Lion's Arch, because I do want to go talk to the reward person and use one of those armor tokens. Unfortunately, it is not ascended gear. The reward for finishing the event's overall achievement, the Incursive Investigation here, is a set of legendary gloves. Unfortunately, because I do not have any legendary armor on my account currently, Tarle Streamer will not be able to use them. Being as when I get them, I will be taking a light armor class for it, so that my main can use them. Because of this, when I do get around to making light armor or legendary armor, I will have one less light armor piece to make, which will save me a significant amount of money and time, which is very nice. However, the reason I wanted to come talk to this token trader is two reasons. The first being I wanted to just show off the rewards you can get for doing it, which is exotic gear. So if you do not have exotic gear, you can get exotic gear with fairly good stats. You can also get tormented weapons, which there is a collection for them. They are rarer, and they were a Black Lion item at one point in time. So being able to get some of incursion weapon tokens from advancing through the event and earning points in it is nice. I believe you can get 5 of them total. Anyways, I am going to take the headpiece here. It is celestial stats, unfortunately. But the reason I wanted to do this, the second reason I wanted to do this, other than showing off the nice accessibility to the tormented weapons, as well as the fairly well-statted and decent exotic gear, is to upgrade my helmet, as well as to unlock all of the Phalanx armor set. By buying a single piece of armor, it will unlock every single piece in the set for the armor class. So I bought one on my main to unlock the light. I've now unlocked the heavy, and I will bring one of my medium armor class characters to use one to unlock the medium armor class later. So I will have access to all 3 armor classes from this event in their entirety. So you don't have to earn 18 of these during the event because you can't earn that many. So you don't have to try and pick and choose skins. You can get the full armor skin. I made a mistake, though. I forgot to put the other tokens in the bank from my main, so they are still in his inventory, so I cannot get the Aqua Breather I was going to grab, since it is an exotic level Aqua Breather. Actually, why don't I switch over real quick? Deposit those into the bank, because he is sitting in my homestead and can quickly and easily get to a bank, since he can just run over to the crafting area. He doesn't even have to run to the handy worker station, because he's got a cooking station right here. Then we can put the... Actually, those can go in there too. Alright. Is there anything else I need to do while I'm on him real quick? I'm gonna run over here and do this since I'm thinking about it. Where's... there it is. Tailbone, bronze, silver, gold Quaddle trophy. There we go. Sweet. Okay. Now we can switch back. Alright, now I can get the Aqua Breather. I can also get a weapon, which, I don't know. spears, although I know that's, you know what that is. Alright, so equip that. Equip that. I can just salvage this. Yeah, I don't care about the rune. I got a legendary essence of luck from that. Holy crap. I'm gonna hold on to that. This is just trash, because it was an item from a heart vendor. I think maybe I'll replace my hammer. Because she's got staff. I'm running mace and sword, which I'm not upgrading those. Or maybe scepter. Guardian Scepter's fun. Yeah, let's grab Scepter. Because I don't have a Scepter for her. There we go. Now we have a Scepter for her. I mean, it is slightly lower damage than the mace, simply because it's not ascended. But I do like Scepter. It is a fun guardian weapon. Alright. Now that we've spent all that time screwing around, False River. Now we can go to Lorinar's Pass. And we can go ahead and start on our story mission of the Twisted Marionette. And just to show it off, this is Scepter. It is fun. I don't want to climb up there. Okay, well, since I'm climbing up here anyways, let's grab the iron ore. There we go. Alright. And the Twisted Marionette. Let's do this. Alright. First things first. Let's check our achievements. What do we need? Might not actually need anything. Because that's Escape from Lion's Arch. That's Battle for Lion's Arch. Alright, so looks like we don't need anything in the story itself. Side stories. don't believe there's any twisted marionette stuff in here. Nope. Revenge of the Marionette. Triumphant in assault on the Twisted Marionette's power regulators without being downed or hit by its special attack. Incidents. Okay, that is just miscellaneous other stuff. Okay. So we shouldn't have any achievements we need to go out of our way to try and get. Alright. It's a giant marionette. Alright. Let's do this. I hate this thing. Time A, you are not helpful. Alright. Let's swap to staff. There we go. truly annoying part about this is it blocks frontal attacks, and if you don't have CC, there's really nothing you can do about it. And I don't have CC on this character, which is the problem. I was not in that circle. Okay. Anytime you want to break the Defiance bar would be great. And of course you do as soon as I get killed. Okay, what weapon would be better here? What has a lot of Defiance break? Defiance breaks. That'd probably be useful. That might be helpful. Just gonna go ahead and start with this right now. Ow. There we go. Okay, now we just beat up the power regulator. Yay. This one is actually significantly easier. Because all you have to do is lure it into its own mine, and it gets stunned. That's gonna hurt. There we go. That should get it stunned. Whoops. And now I'll die. Yep. If I hadn't went down right where that at cross attack hits, I would have been okay and would have been able to get back up. But the fact that I got hit 3 times by that stupid swipe attack. Alright, let's swap back to our staff and our mace. Oh, he is currently stunned. Excellent. That was not what I wanted. The downside to doing this solo is it is very hard to recover. Oh good, he was immediately stunned by that other one, so I should be able to get back up. Should be able to finish him this time. Now, the annoying thing is there are 5 of these. So, it gets really long. This one, honestly, is not necessarily that bad. Especially if you have some kind of ranged attack that you can just stay away from him with. It is slow. But he is, like I said, not necessarily super difficult. I mistimed my dodge on that. So, this... it's not bad. This third one is not super bad. As you can see, because I'm not going to go down on him at all. He is, in my opinion, one of the easier ones to fight. Of course, being as my main as an elementalist, he is 90% range, which allowed him to easily handle this part of the fight. Alright, 2 more to go, and then we're done. That's gonna hurt. It's time to the dodge on that. Alright, last one. as you can see with this, I'm literally just face tanking this one. They do reassemble in smaller versions, which is what it means by reassembles. However, they get weaker and lose their ability to block certain things. And eventually they do just stop reassembling. They do eventually lose the ability to reassemble once they're small enough. There we go. And we're done. We survived the twisted marionette. I don't think she does either. I mean, oh, they're 100% dangerous. Guys, Time is leaving. Guys, Time is leaving. We should probably make sure Time is okay. She's an Asura. Do they even stay with their parents? Yeah, that's happening. Yeah, that's gonna work, Logan. Keep trying. Yeah, she's totally using you, Logan. That is a very weak longbow. Alright. I'm going to take a short break. And I will be back in just a minute. Okay. I'm back. I thought I heard one of my kids getting up, but I did not. Priory scholars have informed me of your triumph over the marionette that appeared near our monastery. The Dermot Priory owes you a debt once again, Commander. Without your help, Scarlet Briar's monstrosity seemed impossible to confront. Now it is beaten, and badly so. Should it return, we have the means and knowledge to put a permanent end to it. More importantly, we have pieced together data recovered from Scarlet's mechanical minions and made a remarkable discovery: the location of a concealed lair hidden in the caves underneath the Priory itself. A Priory dangerous artifacts investigation and containment team is being assembled as you read this. But in light of your own and contributions, I have attached coordinates to the lair entrance should you wish to make your own survey of the premises. Stored Kix. Or Gix. I'm not sure how to actually pronounce his name. Don't really care, honestly. So, now we need to head to her lair, which is honestly not super difficult to get to. It's incredibly easy to get to if, like me, you have mounts. I'm not going to use mounts at the half second, just because I don't necessarily really want to. So we're just going to run through this cave. I'm going to also swap back to my staff. Now this is a slightly dangerous path to take because these ice worms can be very dangerous. Especially if the champion is up. And that's why. I'm going to say I'm going to get hit by that one because I don't have endurance to dodge it. Luckily that should be the only one I get hit by. And then we're right here. Whoop, straight through the fake wall. And in we go. There are journal fragments all over the place here that you can read. I read them all the first time I did this, so I don't have the thing for it. Which I don't even remember what it's under. Yeah, I don't remember what it's actually under. It's called Investigative Study 4 or 5, something like that. I am spelling that right. Oh no, I haven't finished it. Weird. Yeah, it's in Battle of Lion's Arch. Okay. Okay, but I've already read them. Notes on the marionette I have not read, which is weird. So, where are the notes on the marionette? Yeah. Okay. I'll get around to doing it. Oh, mad. Okay, that's Omad's diary. I'm confused on whatever. That's the victory speech. So where are the notes on the marionette? I don't see anything else I can really interact with here. There it is. Okay. Okay, cool. Not general story. Okay, because, yeah, we're in battle for Lion's Arch. So yeah, so we're doing this one currently. What is this one? Okay, so that's the evacuation of Lion's Arch and Scarlet's End. Okay, so that's not something we can do right now. I'm currently working on Tier 2. Tier 3 will give us this, which is what we want. Okay, that's strike mission. Find and rescue all 6 hidden evacuees. That's escape from Lion's Arch. Find all 7 of Tig's lost racing moas and rally them to escape Lion's Arch. That's parts from the edge of the myths. Okay. Deal with more of that later. Okay. The Tarle Streamer. We beat Scarlet's Marionette by the skin of our teeth, mind you. We're going to regroup in Lion's Arch. Let's meet there. Marjorie Delacroix. Okay. Now, since I'm lazy and don't feel like waypointing, I'm going to use my Wizard Tome to just go to the Fractal Mist area and then waypoint where I need to, so it's free and I don't have to waste money waypointing from Lornar's to Lion's Arch. The origins of madness. A moment's peace. Where we actually get to see Old Lion's Arch. Now, this is basically a recap of everything living world up to this point. Simply because when Living World Season 1 originally came out, it was world events. And they were not accessible after they ended. As you can see, this is Old Lion's Arch. Once I get the item to be able to teleport to and from it freely, which is this item here, Lion's Pride, which to get, I need to get the item from finishing this, which is what we were looking at before, and then I need to speak to the Mist Stranger in the last story mission, meeting the Zephyrites. So, if everything goes well, I should be able to, when we get to the last mission, get this, and then give you guys a proper tour of Old Lion's Arch from when the game first came out, and let some new people see what Old Lion's Arch actually looked like. Yeah, it says the most reckless char on the planet. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. And moving on. Now, originally, these releases were spread out, and you wouldn't get the mail for like a week or two after you finished the story, because that was when the next one would release. Since it is so old, obviously we can just progress from one to the other without any delay. Which is nice for people trying to essentially speed run the story. Which is not necessarily what I am trying to do here. It just happens to be how things are going. Swap back to my mace. How is my mace kills going? Where am I at with mace kills? 3,674. Alright. Probably work on Scepter Master after that, because I prefer Scepter. I really actually do prefer Scepter over Mace for Guardian, or Dual Swords, but the Aether Escape. I'll give you 3 guesses what this actually involves, and the first 2 don't count. Now we could just go fight the boss there, the elite one. However, getting rid of these weaker guys first is very helpful. Which is also why we're going to go around to take out these ones behind him first. Because I don't really want to have to fight more than one person. Okay. Yeah, this one. Really? I disagree with that, but sure. Oddly enough, that also finished my daily. Neat. Okay. Yeah. Hey, look, it's Kanak. Okay, that should be the only one in here. Yep. Alright, so we're getting there. Well, time I went to the mists. Yeah. Alright. See if any of them have anything useful to say, or if they trigger any kind of achievement. Probably not, because I most likely would have gotten it beforehand. Because I usually talk to all of them that have stuff like that when I'm doing it the first time with my main. Which my main does have most of the stories finished. It has not finished Secrets of the Obscure. I'm about halfway through it. So it will be a long time before we catch up to where he is and be able to... I don't know why I'm running over there. I can literally just do this. There's Bram. I'm gonna go run around for a little bit. This is not an area I know very well, nor do I understand particularly greatly. It is not a thing I do. Edge of the Mist is part of World vs. World. However, if I'm going to do World vs. World, I just do actual World vs. World on one of the Borderlands. I don't do Edge of the Mists. So, I'm not 100% sure how this stuff works. My understanding of it is it's similar to World vs. World, but slightly different. So, yeah. Also, I should probably assign points. I don't know. What else do I want? Let's do Guard Killer and Defense. Mercenaries, Bane. Grab that one. Build Master, Repair Master. Throw what we can into Provision Master. And Siege Bunker, I guess. Do it that way. Don't know what that necessarily does for me. I mean, it will allow me to summon my Warclaw, but that's not... I mean, not here in Edge of the Mist. It'll let me do it in actual World vs. World, but... Okay. I really have no idea where I'm going. I am honestly just kind of trying to make my way towards the story stars. I know from playing World vs. World that I've got the outnumbered buff, which means there's a larger number of people from enemy teams than there are of my team by a decent amount. But I also have no idea where they are, what they're doing, or any of that stuff. So, yeah. How now? Okay. I can go over here. Which Iron Main? Okay, that does not go where I wanted it to. I need to go over there. I have heard that a lot of people simply use the Edge of the Mist for gathering. So there may not actually be a whole lot of people in here fighting and doing things. So we may honestly just be running around a mostly empty map. And we may just be outnumbered because there's guards watching bases or something. I don't actually know. Apparently I earned 0 reward points because I've done nothing. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing here in Edge of the Mist. I mean, it's doing good for gathering materials I need for crafting later. But beyond that, I mean, I'm currently on the red team, and everything I've passed has been controlled by red. So what isn't controlled by red? Oh, the place I'm trying to go is over in the green base. So they're literally on the airships. Okay, so it's just Bram. Okay, so I mean, this is a champion, and I don't think I can actually kill him, but sure, why not? Yeah, I'm definitely not soloing this guy. So, yeah. That's a thing that happened. I'm confused on one of the things then. Where is it? Yeah, find and retrieve Taime's golem parts from the edge of the mists. Okay. Not sure where that is, because no idea about Edge of the Mists. Let's actually look it up. Okay. I don't actually care about listening to that. Where is the exit? It's gotta be down here somewhere. Nope. There it is. God, I hate this. Okay. Okay. Neat. That has advanced. I need to go over here. And then I need to go north. Because I need to go to the junction. These guys are gonna attack me, aren't they? Great. Is there a way I can get over there without passing them? I go this way. I might end up getting myself killed here. I don't know. I'm really just trying to find a safe way to get to the middle, which is supposed to be where the golem parts are. Which they're supposed to be on the lower section anyways. So there we go. Neat. And don't really care about that. So, salvage it is. Neat. Do I want to fight this guy? Maybe. You know what? Sure. Why not? Yay, I did it. I successfully got participation. Great. Alright, now let's go actually finish this out, because I don't care about being here. Okay. Alright. Yay. New letter. We can advance. And we can get out of the edge of the mists. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy World vs. World. It is fun, and it is entertaining to do now and then. However, as I said, I don't do Edge of the Mists, and I don't understand how to do it. And there never seems to be anybody there that I know of. Whoop. Alright. On we go. Alright. Is there any in here? No. Okay. It'd be weird if there was, now that I think about it. Do I have to? Okay. So... that is frighteningly in depth. That is also frighteningly true. That is a bad idea. She is definitely getting crazy. Yeah, she's definitely going crazy. Probably true. They all kind of suck. Well, that's different. Sure. This is honestly one of the most boring parts of this. That's what happens if you choose the wrong option. It literally just makes you pick until you get the right one. So you can't actually get any of these wrong. I think that's 100% what my ace thing was. Well, no kidding. Alright, last one. Oh, go away. Or both. Yeah. Wrong one. That one. Alright. Sweet. Actually, before I go anywhere else, let's just go ahead and empty this out. Dunk. There we go. There. That cleans up my thing. Alright. Lion's Arch is being invaded. Come Lion's Arch. Away. I'm going to take a short break because I know my wife was up a little while ago and I want to make sure she is not just sitting scrolling on her phone or something because she needs to get some sleep. She has not been sleeping well lately. So I will be right back. Alright, we are back. My wife is awake when she is not supposed to be, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that right now. I am going to take a second while I am not actively doing something in-game and grab the couple of Twitch drops I have already earned while streaming tonight. There is currently Twitch drops going on. For watching an hour, you get the Wizard's hat skin, which is here. For watching 2 hours, you get a mini Crichton floppy fish. For watching 3 hours of Guild Wars 2 streams currently, you will get a die pack in-game. And if you watch 5 hours over the course of the next few days, next week, it runs through the 23rd, you will get an outfit, which is a white mantle outfit. Because it doesn't necessarily... there's the miniatures. It's Janthier. Where is... I have way too many minis unlocked. I don't know why I'm trying to scroll through this. I should just do a search. Okay. Yeah, it should be that one. Okay. I didn't see any other fish, so it should be this one. Well, no, because it's Crichton, not Janthier. Yeah. So, why has it not given that one to me? Weird. I definitely have streamed 2 hours and definitely unlocked it. Claimed. Strange. Maybe it just needs a legit map change to register. Nope, apparently not. Oh, it'll unlock eventually. Or I'll send a support ticket to ANET and they'll fix it. Why am I going to Fort Trinity? Okay, where are you taking me? Why? Why didn't you just have me walk out the north gate in Lion's Arch? That's so weird. Okay, so this is Escape from Lion's Arch, which, as you saw when I was looking at stuff earlier, has a lot of achievements that I have not done. So we're going to be trying to get as many of these as we can. Just because reasons. Now, this is not necessarily the easiest story mission in the world to get achievements on. Simply due to the fact that it's kind of timed. You only have so long to get people out. Because she kind of poisons the area. So, yeah. And that's a massive drill. Now, unfortunately, you can't just freely go search around. You have to progress specific ways. You can't avoid some of the fighting, but like, I can't go explore this area until I go over here and talk to the people here. So, I can't really get all of the achievements right now. I realistically can't get any of them because none of them are in this area. And if you're wondering, yes, this is literally just a fight until they stop coming thing, which takes forever. There we go. Okay, now at this point, we have the miasma level, which can cause us problems. And will eventually kill us. That is basically how long we have to get people out of the city. I mean, we can kind of just somewhat ignore the enemies and simply run through the city. But it's very dangerous to do so. And it does make it difficult to run through. Simply because you move slower in combat. So, in true ideal conditions, I would be able to pretty much stay out of combat at all times. Damn it. I'm sure I will probably have to do this again for achievements. But there's not a whole lot I can necessarily do here. This is gonna hurt. I really wish I could use my mounts to make this faster. Unfortunately, you can't. I do have an overlay program running to tell me where people and stuff are. So that I can do this a little more efficiently. That's not to say that I am going to successfully complete these achievements, but I'm going to try my best. There should be water here. To go up here, to go around. I don't think I can get up there. Can I get up this way? Maybe. Yay, broken pathing be broken. Okay. Finished that one. I need to go back over here, because I messed up and did not go where I needed to. Because I just interacted with the person here at the bottom. And the one I need to talk to is up top. Not that one. This one. I don't think I'll kill them. It was close. Alright. Now let's quickly check what else we can do. Rally point during the battle for Lion's Arch. Yeah, that's during the mission battle for Lion's Arch. Okay, so the rest of those are during the battle for Lion's Arch. That's in Scarlet's End. North Evacuation Camp. North Evacuation Camp. Is that a thing here? I don't know what that is, so... I think the rest of these are pretty much in the Battle for Lion's Arch mission. Yeah. Battle. Story instance, battle on the Beachmaker. Story instance, battle on the Beachmaker. Story instance, Scarlet's End. And then that is the strike mission. Yeah, so we should have everything done here. Okay. Almost got him. Got him. Wee boosh. Alright. Grab one of those just because. These are fun and can be used to get items at a vendor in Lornar's Pass. Alright, I am going down this way because it's safer than trying to go across that bridge again. Now, obviously, we're not going to have time to fully escort him. The miasma level is basically done. Too much damage. Oh well. I am legitimately unconcerned about it. Wrong button. That button. The great thing about this is the fact that you can't really fail. And now it'll basically just kill you. Hilariously, if you actually do try to recover from downstate, because it does build up to the same speed as the miasma but heals faster, you actually can get up from a downstate. Now, we're not getting him out of here. That just ain't happening. We're also not really getting out, because while the miasma is active, we can't teleport. But as I said, you can get up from the downstates, so you can basically work your way to the exit. You can also just let yourself die. Which is, of course, the faster option. And obviously, getting up from a down state like this only works if you are not actively being attacked. Because if there's any enemies attacking you, it will override your healing from down state. Which means, like, if I get downed here, I will be unable to get up. But I got back because as soon as I get hit from her, it ends my channeling this, and I just die. Of course, you can just continue to run in and try to fight stuff. There's no need, but alright, since that's unlocked, I can just destroy this. I'm actually just going to use it because it's quicker and easier. And honestly, it doesn't really matter. Because I'd switched my helmet anyways. I was wearing this one, which I can apply. You can't see it anyways because I wear the Winter Solstice outfit all the time. But These are pretty much worthless, right? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I can sell them, but yeah, blue ones are worthless. Yeah, okay, that one is also worthless. And I know I don't need it. Salvage. What is it? Compact. Consume. There we go. Sell these at the trade post just because. There. Okay, so now we're gonna head to the excavation, or the excavation. Yeah, the excavation camp, the evacuation camps. I don't know why I said excavation. Alright. North evacuation camp. Yay. Now we're gonna ignore them. Because there is a couple of pieces of information we need here for our investigative research. Gold Clause resignation. And a letter home. Alright, that should be the only ones here, right? Yep, okay, so we got 3 more. Which are in the Dead End Celebration and Lion's Arch Honored Guests, which are later. We need 2 more things. So if we finish Investigative Study 5 and Investigative Record 3, we will finish the battle for Lion's Arch Mastery, which will unlock Breachmaker Drive Loop, which will then allow us to finish the collection or side story. It might be a side story. I don't remember. I think it's in collections. That will. I think it's in here. I don't remember. It might be a basic collection. I think it's a basic collection. Maybe not. Yeah. I know it's in here. I can check it here. Lion's Memory. That's what it's called. Definitely had the collection icon. Here it is. Yeah, it's a rare collection. But, so, if we finish the 2 investigative ones, we'll get this. which will then allow us to do this and unlock the Lion's Pride item, which will allow us to travel to the memory of Old Lion's Arch, which will be cool, and I'll get to be able to show off Old Lion's Arch properly. However, I need to use the bathroom, so I am going to take a quick break and do human things. Okay. Well, I am back. My wife has fallen asleep watching Tim Burton's Corpse Bride. Okay. Weird that I got the die kits when I claimed those, but I did not get the mini. That's weird. I'm pretty sure I already have... Ooh, I don't have Glacial Sky. Nice. I don't have Onset either. Neat. So I did get 2 new dies out of that. Neat. Alright. And real quickly, let's check and see if there's anything else. That's the public battle for Lion's Arch. That's Battle of Lion's Arch stuff. That's the mission. That's during the mission. During the mission. It's the story instance. Battle for Breachmaker. Strains in the Scott's End. Okay, yep, so everything is good. That is Scarlet's End. And then that stuff. Okay, yeah, so we should be good. We should be good to just blitz the story now. Yeah, Nashblade does not like her. Part of the events that occurred during Living World Season 1 was a popular vote given to the players in an election-style campaign that voted either for Evan Nashblade or for Ellen Kale to become the new captain. And Kale won. Okay. Now we just have to go check on Time. Which, that's a bit of a run. Weird. Actually, Tammy's down here, isn't she? I have to remember where Time is. Yeah, there's Time. Okay, you can actually listen to all those if you wish. I have before. It's really not super entertaining. It's there. Alright. Now, we move on to the actual Battle of Lion's Arch. Now, there's, of course, the story one that I will be doing, and then a public one that you can do just any time that was added more recently in recent years to allow people to revisit the Living World Season 1 events. They did make them public instanced events. So for the story, it no longer does a individual story instance. It does essentially just the public one. You can do it in a private squad if you wish. There really isn't much need to. As you can see, there's several areas. Looks like several of them have already been captured. Looks like I joined a fairly far along map. Yeah, they've already captured 10 out of 12, so... But This is nice, because it means we won't have to be around here forever. And it also means that we have people to help us defeat some of these champions so we can get the group efforts completed, which, while they are infinite ones, it is nice to be able to complete them repeatedly. Unfortunately, we missed out on some of them. Because, like, we can't do the Northern Gambit because they've already retaken the northern areas. The only one left is Far Shore. But it also helps advance our Home Sweet Homestead achievement. Now, this is going to be where it gets difficult. Simply because the assault knights have to be killed at a coordinated fashion. And it is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Also, oddly enough, you can get these waypoints unlocked simply by going to them. The reason it unlocks waypoints is because it's unlocking the waypoints based off of Old Lion's Arch, not New Lion's Arch, which are different waypoints. Now, I don't know where the others are. Since they're clearly not fighting someone. Also, I love how they say come to the apple when there's no apple. So, I don't know where they're trying to get us to go. Alright, that will give me reduced damage from Vermilion. Does not give me increased damage against them, though, which would have been nice. I don't actually think we're going to be able to kill this. Because we've only got about 6 minutes left. And honestly, we've spent about that already fighting it, and we're not even half done. Yeah, we're definitely not killing this. Huh, should be. I will double check that in a second. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, this is Living World Season 1. This is the end of it. Or close to the end of it. There's 2 or 3 more. I think there's 2 more missions after this. Since I can look at this while I am fighting, let's take a look at my audio options and see what's going on there. Volume's on. It should be going through. I will have to double check Stream Hub then. Unfortunately, unless you have a guild group or happen to find one of the like rare instances like once a week, that actually organize this, the chances of actually killing these final bosses here are slim to none. We just don't have enough people here to do it is the problem. A lot. To kill a single one, you need about 7 to 8 people. We have like 5. And not all of them were here at the beginning. To actually take out all 3 of them, you need about 25 to 30 people. It's absolutely crazy to try and take all of them out. The lack of CC is not helping either. Yep, 45 seconds. There's no way we're doing 1% per. There are also ways to do more damage. If you get an attunement for one of the other colors, blue or green, you will do increased damage to the red one. Same thing for the others. If you get all 3 attunements, you will actually do incredible damage to all of them. When you're attacking one of them, which is how you're actually supposed to beat these things. But it doesn't necessarily work out that way. The problem is, to get the attunements, you have to have people fighting all of them, because the attunements only start spawning after each of them have taken a set amount of damage. Which is why we were getting the red attunement portal there spawning, but nothing else. Alright, let me jump back up here. Alright. Let me take a look at this and see what is going on with the audio. Why was that muted? Okay, is that better? Is the game sound actually coming through now, or still no? Huh. Weird. No, I definitely have the capture audio set. At least I normally... Actually, that might... Because I did update Streamlabs. It might have deactivated it. It might have reset the settings. I hate when it does that. Yeah, it looks like it turned off the capture audio because they updated it to a new beta version. What are you guys doing with my settings? Oh no, I have it set to game capture on Streamlabs. It is game capture, but for whatever reason, he is in the capture audio was turned off, and I don't know why. Because it definitely wasn't before. This is why I hate when they do updates. It always screws with my settings. Okay. And on to a fresh map. Because I still have to do more events to finish the actual bar to progress the story. This is probably a terrible plan, but I'm going to do it anyways. Yeah, I get that way sometimes. Mostly I just want to... That one I don't necessarily mind, because I don't really do anything that has any kind of real technical problems on a day-to-day basis. Benefits of working retail, I don't have to deal with technical things too much. Just when I'm doing my own stuff at home. Yay, we successfully captured the northern area and completed the Northern Gambit achievement. Entirely by accident, but whatever. Actually, let's go this way. It'll be quicker to get over to this fight. But oh, hey, there's a veteran here. I should probably deal with them. Yay. That's not get hit by that. Okay, is he shooting me or him? Okay, he is shooting me. Okay. Alright. Eventually get through this. This is part of the reason why I had not actually progressed through the end of Living World Season 1. Is because the end is very slow and tedious. It wasn't bad when it first came out and everyone was doing it, but now it's a lot of fighting by yourself and just kind of making sure you have enough survivability to not die to large groups of enemies. I mean, it is fun, and I do recommend doing the story at least once. But it's not something that I necessarily recommend people do regularly, or try to do regularly, because you're just not going to have the assistance you need to do a lot of it. On the rare occasions they run return events for Living World Season 1, those are fantastic and will allow you to progress through the story quite well. But they are very few and far between. Okay. This should honestly be the last wave. Sorry guys, I don't feel like taking a space laser to the face. There might be one more wave, actually. Nope. There was not. I hate this area. Oh, now you want to stop throwing things? Because I use my blocks can counter skill, you decide that's when you want to take a break from throwing things? Sure, see how you are. This area is just annoying because it's basically all veterans. And several of them have this stupid block ability that means they take 0 damage for like 10 seconds. Die already. Whoops. That was definitely not who I wanted. Yeah, I'm gonna get killed here. Yep. There's also these holographic thugs, which to stop you have to go destroy that generator, which is really annoying. Alright, let's go here. Because I want to come this way. I don't necessarily want to spawn on top of the elites, so I didn't want to use this waypoint. But I do want to take part in this event because I believe it is one of the events I can still get an achievement from. Yay, achievement. Aether Blade broken, completed. Yay, more achievement points. Cool. I should finish that. Basically the same time I finish advancing the story. So, where do I want to go? Let's go over here. Oops. Don't actually have anything to sell. Okay. Thought I might have had some junk on me, but I don't. Yeah, that one takes forever to get. These are nice and will allow you to make the ascended back piece spinal blades. However, buying the recipes have to be done individually for the different armor classes. The only one I have currently is light armor, because I don't have a huge amount of these that I just keep or build up, because I don't really ever do this. Same thing for this. It requires running around and gathering from the rubble piles, like I did with this one. And it just takes forever to get 250. So, I mean, like, I currently have, I think, 3. Yeah, I currently have 3. Alright, let's target the knight. Jump in, pop this off. Alright. We're getting there. Oh, hi, somebody recaptured Lionsgate. Okay. 27%. 20%. Okay, should be 3 more kills. There we go. Yay, homestead recipes. Yay. All done. Alright. Now I can just leave this. Which, oddly enough, takes you back to Eye of the North. My can of soda's empty. You can. Alright, well, since I'm in Eye of the North, let's see if I can't figure out the game audio. Okay. Let's see. Capture audio's turned on. Wonder if I need to close it and reopen it for it to properly capture audio. Still not hearing any game audio. Okay. Definitely have the game audio on. I mean, I don't have it super loud or anything, but It's definitely not quiet either. It's definitely coming through my headset. But it's not going to the stream. That is super annoying. Well, I am unsure why it is not playing game audio. It definitely should be. I will have to fiddle around with that later. Right. Forgot. I need to do this from inside. Alright. Alright. Battle on the Beachmaker. let's double check what the achievements we need here for. There's definitely stuff we need here. Okay, don't need anything there. Fighting Scarlet's prime hologram. Never hit a hologram without the respective attunement. That's gonna be a pain. Defeat Scarlet before she can activate her personal shield. Prime hologram without being hit by lasers or their lingering scorch marks. That's also going to be a pain. Okay. Why is blue always like on the opposite side inside one of the things? Like, see, blue is clearly inside that right now. It's still inside it. Okay, I got blue. Now I just gotta go get red and green from the other side. There we go. Jesus. I don't know why they felt this needed to be a thing. Like, this is such an annoying fight. And it's literally just, you know, dodge what is essentially just massive spam while trying not to die. There's no purpose to this. Alright, there's a couple things we need to get in here. Okay, where's the thing for the recording? She's fine. Can I just have control of my character back, please? Yeah, she's fine. Great. I'm happy for you. Can we move on so I can figure out where this stupid thing is? Where is my interaction thing? Oh my god, I'm gonna freaking miss it because as it won't let you do anything during that fight. Okay, we're here. We're talking. Can we move on? This is such a stupid mission. No, we need to be able to look at stuff. Thank you. Yay, we did it. Can we move on? he's not even listening. Alright. I'm going to take a short break. Alright. And now on to the end. We've got 2 more investigative things here, and that should finish it, and then we can just talk to the Zephyrite, and we should be good. Alright, that finishes that. And thus the Festival of the Four Winds was created. Mm-hmm. are done with and now we are starting the first expansion that was ever released, Heart of Thorns. But first, we're going to take care of all this stuff. And this can just get destroyed because it's in my thing. Apparently my caps lock is on. Not sure why, but whatever. Nice, that helps. And that charged lodestone also helps. So there's that molten one. Nice. This, I honestly don't have a use for, so goodbye. So we are now on Heart of Thorns. Or no, Living World Season 2. I forgot we had Living World Season 2 and then Heart of Thorns. But that will be for another time. I'm curious where it is in here. Central Tyria. Yep, travel to the memory of old Lion's Arch. Let's go explore old Lion's Arch. So, this is what Lion's Arch originally looked like when it wasn't on fire. It's been a long time since I saw this. Old Mystic Forge. Bank. It's not you. You. This can go down here with all my other travel items. Those can just get stored. Now, this is the central plaza. that you saw in several of the missions. What I want to actually show off, though, is something that is no longer in existence, which is an old jumping puzzle that, due to the destruction and rebuilding, was destroyed and replaced with a new jumping puzzle. That has since been broken by the addition of mounts and skyscale in particular. Okay, so what you want to do is start here and drop down onto these posts. And then drop into this well. And now we're going to swim through the sewers. And this area is no longer accessible in New Lion's Arch. So you can no longer do this jumping puzzle. Come on, get up there. Which isn't necessarily a super bad thing. It is an interesting jump puzzle, but it has very weird landing points and very tight cameras because it's as of being in this cave. You also have to be careful not to kill yourself with fall damage, which is a thing that can happen. Or missing that. Which was the problem a lot of people had with this jump puzzle, is it was very easy to miss drops or kill yourself with fall damage. And I missed again. See if I can actually do this jump puzzle anymore. I am not sure I can do this anymore. There we go. And as I said, this is not an easy jump puzzle. Because, as you saw there, I hit my head. And now have to go all the way back here. So, and there is no way to just straight jump over there. The stalagmites get in the way. Luckily, it seems like they removed the fall damage from this instance, so that's nice. So you can't really die from fall damage. Okay, now we're back to where I hit my head. There's also a garden here. As well as a dead jungle troll. There we go. And that is Troll's Revenge. But so as you can see, it's a lot more run down. And much more piratey. While the new Lion's Arch does still have the pirate theme, it is much more muted than the old one. Which, as you can see, literally has you traversing through hollowed, or not really hollowed, but strung together boats and things. Now, the other area I really want to show you guys here is over here. This area is also no longer accessible in New Lion's Arch. This is the Whisper of Secrets base. Or Order of Whispers base. Sorry, Order of Whispers base. Now, this would let you exit out in Old Lion's Arch. It clearly doesn't here, but can very easily just head back through the sewer. And now the exit's that way, but actually, yeah, exit's that way. And then this just kind of loops around to a dead end that lets you go deeper underground. And this will eventually take you out to the bay. This way first. Dead end here. And then let's go this way. And this will actually take you out to the bay. And we are now out in the bay. This here is the original gate hub. Divinity's Reach. Radasum. The Grove. Black Citadel, obviously. And then, of course, naturally, the last one is for Hallbrook. Hilariously, they do work. However, if you go back through, it will return you to New Lion's Arch. Once you exit out of the memory of Old Lion's Arch, You have to use the key or the wizard tome to get back into it. But yeah, so that is Old Lion's Arch. I wonder if that's why it's not playing audio, is because it's running the default device, which is my headset. So it's only playing it to my earphones, which doesn't allow it to play to the microphone.
See you next trip.
I set it to this. What is that for? Let's find out.
It's just me. It's just me.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, the problem was I had it, the in-game was routing it straight to my earpieces, not through the emulator that could pull it. Okay. That should fix that in the future then. Neat. Alright. I think that's gonna be it. We finished up Living World Season 1, which was my goal. We finished several achievements in here. We also finished everything in here that isn't repeatable. There's still a couple of things we can do to get some more achievement points and other stuff. But we finished the mash streets for them, which allowed us to get our key. Finish that up. So having been able to finish this was really nice. I'm glad that I got this done. And now, this is where Lion's Arch strikes me. Which also brought us one thing closer to 5 more points here. Which I could honestly finish this tier out, because I could just go buy these scrolls anytime I want. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's 7 scrolls I could go buy just whenever. These ones I can't buy, I have to make them, and they're super expensive to make. we continue, we won't really have much in the way for achievements for a while. Simply because I've pretty much gotten all of them. Because this is the first chapter, second. The third one I still have some that I need to do. Same with the fourth chapter. There's still one achievement I need to do. Then the rest I've pretty much finished. So it's really just these two. And then we go into Heart of Thorns, which there's several of those I will be able to do. Which will be nice to get some of those rewards things. Should also unlock some other stuff for us, and then we will move on into Icebrood Saga, or into Living World Season 3, Path of Fire Season 4, then Icebrood Saga, and we will slowly work our way through. But I am going to call the stream there for tonight. I am quite happy with the progress we made today on Tarle Streamer. Hopefully people enjoy this, and I do apologize about the game audio not coming through. I honestly didn't notice because I listen via my headset, which was getting the game music. So I do apologize for the lack of audio during the VOD for anyone that watches it later, and during the stream for anyone that has been watching actively. Hopefully I have that fixed by changing the settings in game and everything, and that isn't a problem in the future. And I don't really know when I'm going to be streaming next. It might be later. It might be 2 weeks from now. My life is hectic. Work is crazy. I've got 2 kids that are under the age of 3. Obviously, both me and my wife work full time. So, balancing kids and their scheduling and everything, life is a bit chaotic. I don't, however, plan on stopping streaming. I do plan on streaming when I have time and can, because I do enjoy it. And it does allow me to interact with people periodically, not regularly or anything, because I don't get a lot of viewers, which is fine. I don't feel that I need to try to get massive amounts of viewers. While it would be nice to become a professional streamer, I don't think that is in the cards for me. I am happy at my job. I enjoy my job. And while it is retail, it is not bad. So I don't foresee myself leaving it. I would have to be making an incredibly high amount of money from streaming to leave my job. But thank you everyone for watching and checking out the VOD. In the future on YouTube, there is a link to my YouTube on my page. And I will see everyone at the next stream.